Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 193. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第193天。Right? Uh, we are finally here. It's the very, very last unit. For the time being. Right? Until interest arise, and then this course may be perhaps updated. Although, this course is being updated. There were multiple updates this year, actually. We'll see how that works out. Right. Let's do our recall very quickly about business, all things business, before we head into our new vocab day. It's the end of the line. It's a long time coming. The last time I've had a project this big and this long was the previous project. However, the previous project had milestones, right? It took over 4 or 5 months to complete the Like a Dragon saga up to the current time, and this is probably the second largest project that I have done to date. It's already exceeded by the Japanese project. However, the Japanese project is still ongoing, right? So for the time being, we've reached a logistical endpoint. Sentimentally, the journey does not end when one still breathes, right? Okay, so unit 10. Unit 10 was talking about business, right? Business. Where do we start with this? Oh, and I had to make one correction. Bao xie. I used the wrong bao. I used bao instead of bao. Bao xie. We'll correct that.公司wobble.贵, not gao. 贵. 免贵. Lost my voice for a moment there. 免贵. 贵姓. Oops.投资合作 系，联系，联系，练习，练习，联系。Oh wait, yeah. Lian Xi is the oh uh oh, is there a dot at the top? I don't know if there's a dot at the top. I'll have to double check that too. Does it look weird without the dot? Questionable. Questionable. I'll double check that. We'll do bao, wrong one, bao, 保险 保险 right 保险 risks 风险风险防帆船帆船帆帆船帆船帆船okay. Okay, that's so invest. Oh, I forgot this one. It's something. Oh no, I forgot it again. 资选资选选 not 资 oh yeah it is 资 not 资资选 chances of me remembering this in the future is so slim. Then I need more connections with these characters. 资选 律师 发生是 没事。有事。眼中。眼中。OK， 眼中。意外。意外。受伤。受伤。受伤。救命。救命。护车。救护车。护车。报警。警。Oh no。height。报警。警察。警察。Oh, I dropped something. Me too. 苦。辛苦。辛苦。感谢。感谢。感谢。感谢。谢。一块。一块。Oh no, not that 块。other 块。happy 块。乖块。I think I'm missing a term. Oh, toe. Oh. The reason why I know that I'm missing it's because yu kwai is how I remember in toe as well. Is a radical. Okay. Unit 9. 广告广告项目回复回复回复尽快oh wrong kwai. That's not the right kwai. I keep defaulting to the other kwai. This kwai. 尽快报告报告回告no 回报费用费用费用地 wait no that's fine. Budget capital and budget 资本资本资本预算或者预算预算预算 agreement and contract 协议协议yeah. I don't think I'm writing this correctly. Or like I don't think this is the right stroke order. Okay. I mean, it would be kind of weird to write these or this one first. Hmm. 协议合同okay, agreement 写网签名喂签名收据报销销okay. All right, good enough. We're leaving that behind. Talk to coworkers. All right, let's get into it. New vocab day. Let's stay vigilant. Talk to a coworker. Ooh, last thing. Do you need my opinion? Huh. 我的老板上个月没有给我工资。
我的老板上个月没有给我工资。
That makes sense. Salary. Because 资 has an element now. 资 is associated with elements of money. We're dealing with money. 工资 work money. Fine. Salary.我这个星期每天要加班additional work overtime. It's on the floor. Sorry. I see.
我这个星期每天要加班。
So adding work over time, that's neat. 今年我们没有 something
今年我们没有奖金。今年我们没有奖金。
奖 That's a new one. 奖我想和朋友开始做生意sinh意Oh, I wonder how that. Why could you just sing it? 相依。
我想和朋友开始做生意。我想和朋友开始做生意。
Interesting. That's all intelligible. Oh, that is not. Is that still 包? And then maybe that's 钱 抱歉 I don't know what that second character. 我迟到了。
抱歉，我迟到了。
抱歉 yeah. I thought it was 抱歉. I was like, it's kind of close to what I think it might be because of the bow. The bow gives it away. 抱歉.
抱歉，我迟到了。
抱歉，我迟到了。歉 is new. Bao is kind of new, but there's bao in it. So I think it showed up a couple of times. I can't quite think of which vocabulary word. 我要跟你 something. Oh, that right one is familiar. I don't know if it was Japanese. So that might be non show. I don't know. 一千事情。
我要跟你商量一件事情。我要跟你商量一件事情。
商量 Oh no. 商量 No, no, that's not even close.
我要跟你商量一件事情。
商量 Oh, 量 量 Where have I seen 量 before? You need my opinion. 意见 means opinion. 你需要我的意见吗？意见吗？ Not 见，意见吗？ When talking about a specific topic, add 对 before the thing you want to. Yeah. 你对这件事情，你对这件事情有什么意见？ That's good. Okay. I like it. All right. Ooh, 6. Oh, this is gonna be a long lesson. Oh no, we gotta strap in.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's use our opinion. Yeah. What are you? What could you be? Okay. Oh, we got this in the guidebook. Was it
讲
Sorry, 讲
抽
this is a repeat. 抽 I wonder if it can be 抽
呀 床
Fun is a repeat.
讲
Young. Okay.
讲
这是谁的责任？
这是谁的责任？这是谁的责任 ？Responsibility 责任 OK.
任责
Whose is this responsibility? Whose responsibility is this? That sounds better.
责任
责任
别给他太大压力。
别给他太大压力 Pressure? 压力 Bonus? No, yeah, it's pressure probably. Don't put too much pressure. Don't place too much pressure on him. Or don't, yeah. don't put too much pressure on him. 压力。
今年我们没有奖金。
今年我们没有奖金。奖金 bonus. Right, we know.
奖
金 and then there's 金 is a giveaway. 金今年我们没有。
这家商店的生意很好。
这家商店 Oh, that's Xiang. Oh, yeah, that's Xiang. So how did that relate to the other Xiang? The new vocabulary word. Right. 这家商店的生意很好。生意很好。商店的生意很好。这家商店的生意很好。相声。This shop's business is good. This shop has good business.
现在我们的生意不好。
现在我们的生意不好。
现在我们的生意
不好。
现在我们的生意不好。
去年的奖金是多少？
去年的奖金是多少？How much 奖金去年那今年去年的奖金是多少？
我要跟你商量一件事情。
商量 I've heard this quite a lot. 商量我给我跟你商量一下 right 商量一下 like 来这里 like 来我跟你商量一下 right let's discuss this for a moment 我要跟你商量一件事情一件事情I hate oh my goodness Duolingo seriously
我这个星期每天要加班。
It's so heckin' cheap 我这个事情每天要加班every 星期 every single week every week oh every day this week
他今天晚上也要加班。
他今天晚上 今天晚上要
加班，
也加班，
加班，
加班。
他今天晚上也要加班，
也要
加班，要加班。
他今天晚上也要加班。
我的老板上个月没有给我工资。
我的老板上个月没有给我工资。上个月。压力。
工资。
分享。律师。收据。商量。
分享。
工资。
压力。
预算。
我要跟你商量一件事情。
I can need and needs.
暖。
Wow. Well, that's one way to remember Atatakai. No, that's the same character. I was just talking about that today. Atatakai. Or Atata.
暖。讲。
Uh-oh.
责。报。物。物。责。讲。物。暖。责。报。报。
It's new too?
报。
你误会我了。
Interesting. Misunderstood us. Or you misunderstood 我了。误会。
会。
误会。
我没有意见。
我没有意见。Have an opinion? 我没有意见。
抱歉，我迟到了。
抱歉。Oh, and then 歉 is just not going to be added, huh? Although that character shares except for the right radical exchange. Yeah. 抱歉。抱歉。我迟到了。
抱歉，这次我不能帮你。 抱歉，
这
这次
次我不能帮你。
帮你。我抱歉，这次我不能帮你。
这次我不能帮你。I can't help you this time. Sorry.
明天会比今天暖和。
暖和。Interesting. 明天会比今天暖和。Oh, is it warm too? Oh, it's related to 暖かい。暖和。
暖和。
暖和。Oh no.
明天会比今天暖和。
Double reads. 暖和。暖和。So and like it's like and
和
heat, like extra heat. Do you need my opinion?
你
你需要我的意见吗？
意见吗？
Do you like dry weather? The heck is dry? Oh, wait. Can't be. Oh no, it's not. Intriguing. 更早。干燥。你喜欢干燥天气吗？干燥的
天吗？
干燥的天气吗？天气很干燥。天气很干燥。你要喝多水。Or yeah, 你要
多喝水。
Oh, I don't know. That's fine. 你要喝多 instead of 多喝水。Oh gosh. As an intensifier? Yeah, I understand. I don't really think it has to, but it's
温
pedantic. Let's see. Oh.
亮
Oh.
亮
We have a man. Yeah. When wonder if this is gonna be related to the other.
Oh.
Ooh, I wonder if this is related as well. Guess this is
圆
yuan.
凉亮亮凉
凉
暖亮
Interesting.
温圆凉圆
圆
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what so who said it? Churn said it.
多尔
Door. Door. Oh, because it's just referring to duo, right? Duolingo. Door. It's actually two different things. Very scary face, huh? Oh, and this is referring to duo, as in the character duo, as opposed to Duolingo. Duolingo.
多尔住在多邻国。
多尔住在多邻国。All right. Okay.
抱歉，请原谅我们。
抱歉，请原谅我们。哦，原谅我们。forgive，原谅我们。抱歉，请原谅我们。OK，
原谅。
原谅。
外面的温度非常高。
温度 temperature 温度 oh that's kind of cute. You have do and when, like those characters. You use those characters for temperature. That's kind of neat. 外面的温度非常高。Okay. 非常高。
温度，
秋天的天气很凉快。
凉快。哦，凉快 cool. Oh, that doesn't overlap with Japanese. Wait, can I make it? Nah, not really. No. 秋天的天气很凉快。快。Okay. Second articles. There are articles everywhere. We all love this cute owl. Which cute owl are we talking about here? Way to plug yourself on the last unit.
我们
我们都爱这只的 owl。可爱的果汁 That's kind of funny. This juice. 猫头鹰 Wow.
猫头鹰
I have no idea what an owl is. I don't think it's one. When zhi is used as a measure, it's pronounced as first tone. I disagree with that. Sometimes. Not all the time. Duolingo should do more work to make the tones context specific. I don't think so.
直
It's literally first tone.
可
Okay.
爱
Alright. I'll take your word for it.
的猫头鹰
This is 这 though. This is 这只可爱。 I would agree with E though. 一只猫. Interesting. So I. I'll look into that. Yep. This caveat is interesting because it shows one unintended side effects of the simplification process. This caveat is also interesting because you're suggesting something that I might not actually agree with you when it comes to the written representation of this. So, I suppose. You sound very confident, but I wouldn't be so confident. Okay. I'm guessing this is how. I don't actually know what.
天气。
天气。秋天的天气。天气很what was it? 凉快。Oh, what did they go with? Oh, 多尔。I mean, I'm glad you could explain the etymology of the simplification, but that's not what I'm referring to. Unless we're talking about two different things. I mean, we're not talking about, yeah, we are talking about two different things, but that does not talk about how this is related to whether that is a 1 or a 3. I was more referring to your it's literally first tone.
是
Door 是聪明的。聪明。
很。
是很聪明的。
猫头鹰。
That doesn't.
一只。
See, this is 1-1. So 一只, but that was 这 fourth tone. So I wouldn't go so bold, but 一只 I agree.
聪明。
多尔是很一只聪明的猫头鹰。I was register of what you said. I disagree. Like, I don't think as much as I agree with the potential that it is fourth, I'm not entirely sure I would be so confident that it was after. But the way you said it sounded like it was an oversimplification. Oh no. Let's see. Or I don't need. Oh, oh yeah, the counter goes before the thing. Door
是一
只很聪明的
猫头鹰。
Are we having a disagreement of the tone of the conversation? Are you making a joke right now? Are we having a disagreement about the tone of the conversation? Oh yeah. Oh. A little bit. I suppose I would have to do my own check on my skepticism. About that. Because it might be something unrelated that you and I do not share. And it's maybe more something that I share with other people. I don't have time to I'll do that as a homework assignment. And we'll revisit the matter later.
Yeah. Interesting.
暖
暖 this one versus to
则
when
与度
Oh, like Hindu. Funny enough.
与度
度
则与
与
温 度 亮
度 In case if it was unclear, you'll reiterate and say 知 is pronounced with first tone no matter the context, even the context of it, or maybe I'm misunderstanding the disagreement. Okay. I mean, no, you made it pretty clear. I understood that. Yeah, I understood that for sure. And I will respectfully reiterate my skepticism regarding that. And it might be unrelated to your directness about Mandarin, but this is a matter that probably not concerns you because you seem to oversimplify the idea that my thought has specifically to do with Mandarin only. But my skepticism is related to other things that are related to Mandarin, but not Mandarin directly. So while you literally are very forward about your reiteration, which is very clear to me, I again remain skeptic of what am I thinking of when I'm thinking about how they come about the idea that they have a tone 3 marker there. Now, you might not be interested because you're blindingly direct about whatever the context is that is correct. However, I'm curious as to why they have a tone 3 marker there, as opposed to assuming that it is an erroneous marker. And I would like to reiterate that there is a very high chance that it is marked like that in various texts. So before being presumptuous about it being an error, it would be interesting to understand why is it that. But instead, you went further and say the caveat of oversimplifying led to this discrepancy. So that is an interesting thought. And I'm kind of curious how deep this discrepancy become compressing the two characters together. Now, is the pinyin erroneously marked because of an actual error in writing, or is it that your presumptions that it's always first tone, so it has to be marked as first tone? Kind of like how tone 3s are tone 2s, but they're marked as tone 3s instead of converting into tone 2s when they're in front of 4s in pinyin. So I have a lot of thoughts about it, and I'm going to do some background research or, some converging evidence on your incredibly forward and confident inculcations about gleaming what is erroneous and what is not. Perhaps that will fix up some misunderstandings. You and I don't necessarily disagree on anything, really. It's more of an observation of curiosity and skepticism. Ooh.
度，现在几度？
现在几度？ Oh. This is a trivial matter regardless. That is very detached and indifferent of you to belittle something that's very important, since you raised the matter yourself. And then I found it quite enthralling and challenging to see how the discussion went. But since you trivialized the matter, that kind of seems like it defeats the idea of having an intellectual exchange regarding the matter. Trivial in a neutral way. This is a trivial matter in a neutral way, regardless. Okay. 现在几度？
度。
So, what was when?
明天最低几度？
It is a small difference in language that would be overlooked and glossed over. And yet you made a very direct observation about it. So I don't think it would be necessarily glossed over. And using trivial in a neutral manner is using it's depicting and exemplifying the exact point I'm making. Not only did I misunderstand your subtle turn of phrase on the meaning of trivial matter and meaning, that highlights the idea that the small differences in language are often not overlooked because they can lead to complications when you're being very specific and pedantic about language, which you seem to like to focus on, right? The idea of 知, the history of 知. So these aren't trivial matters if you're bringing them up voluntarily, at least in my opinion. You don't give me the impression that they're small differences that would be overlooked or glossed over. I can imagine you're speaking about like a generalization of conversation, but I was kind of under the impression that this is a discussion between two specific people, as opposed to like a generality applied to other people, right? You strike me as someone that is incredibly hyper-focused on sharing the small differences in language, as opposed to overlooking them and glossing over them. With respect, of course. And because of that passionate directness, I also want to engage in that directness and use of the language, the similar language. It's actually quite refreshing.
明天最低几度？明天。
明天在低明天。You're right. On a second thought, it's not trivial because you cannot assume the person you're speaking to will regard that small difference mistake charitably or have the gauge to understand. Have the gauge to understand? Huh. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair statement. Interesting that those are the two possibilities.
明天最低几度？
明天最低 Oh, 最低几度？
几度？
Huh. Tomorrow, lowest. The feeling is mutual.
他大约40岁。
大约40岁。40岁。大约。Oh, interesting. Approximately. 大约40岁。
别放弃，加油！
别放弃，加油！放弃。This example highlights a broader challenge of programming pinyin into educational resources. I can see that. It's funny you make a comment about pinyin and I'll retract what I was starting to say. I think I would be overextending here. There are probably hundreds of exceptions, common and uncommon, where tones change. They most certainly do. They most certainly do. I'm trying to think of your motivation or your point in all of this.
别放弃， 加油，
放弃，加油。don't give up. 放弃。放 gives up. For lack of a better word.
放弃。
那件衬衫大约500块。
那件衬衫大约500块。500块。
多尔有绿色的羽毛。
多尔有绿色的羽毛。羽毛。Interesting. 羽毛 Oh, really? Huh.
羽毛，绿羽毛。
The point you're trying to get toward is I imagine it's difficult for whoever make the software that outputs Chinese phonetics. And to you, I think it's a small barrier to many Chinese learning. I got the last implication that your hyper focus on pinyin would suggest that that last sentiment is where I was thinking why your observations are so hyper focused on it. So allow me like this courtesy that I use all tools that are available to me, whether there is pinyin or not, and understanding the limitations of those systems allow you to synergistically leverage different tools, complementary and supplementary together. Highlighting that one specific tool has a shortcoming and another tool does not, that's fine. But offering a very, very biased and hyper-focused pointing out all the shortcomings doesn't deflate the usefulness, in my opinion, of the pinyin system in complement with learning your Hanzi, your audio cues, and your reading. So if you're insisting that, yes, they can become a barrier to many Chinese learners, well, am I part of that many Chinese learners? It kind of sounds like you're insisting that is the case. But since you aren't here most of the time when I'm learning, it would be interesting if you're presuming that that small barrier will become a problem because Duolingo is using the pinyin system in this case. Possibly. It's less so about the limitations of the system pinyin, but more so about the tool that interprets Chinese text and outputting pinyin not accounting for edge cases otherwise detected manually. Then you learn the edge cases, right? You learn the edge cases in other systems, other exposure. What can be used as potentially a limitation of the implication of this tool can be then corrected and or juxtaposed to other tools later down the road. They are experiences that you can use to understand the relationship. So much like you, how you understand all the limitations of the pinyin that's implemented here and the errors that are being made, that is also juxtaposed to the knowledge that you gathered elsewhere by other tools. So in a non-fancy way of saying all this esoteric language that you're using potentially in this heightened form, if I learn something from Duolingo and the pinyin is erroneous, later it would become interesting and confusing and or ways to draw a contrast like, hey, oh, this tool also shows it in a different way. That's interesting. So which one is quote unquote correct, right? And one can use their observation skills to discern the discontinuity or the continuity, right, between two different sources and two different tools. Yes, there are, and you're saying it's less so about the limitations. Well, you kind of cited a lot of shortcomings and errors and things that the Pinyin system cannot do, right? And then specifically also implied that Duolingo is erroneously representing something. That's fair. I understand that. Since I don't necessarily have that knowledge outside, you are telling me that knowledge outside. At some point down the road, though, using enough tools and exposure, one will also encounter that juxtaposition of, wait a minute, I thought this was first. And to me, that's not necessarily a barrier to language learning, but a obstacle in which you learn how to reconcile differences in sources. So I would simplify all the things that I'm droning on about with technical wording and whatnot to, oh, it's a learning experience. And yes, the Duolingo system would require some refinement and whatnot, and which either you stick with the tool alone and you assume that a language learner only uses one source, or you take my word for it, and since you raised this issue, I will probably look elsewhere and confer and find converging evidence in order to correct myself, right? Or in order to refine my interpretations of it. Duolingo is a tool, after all. It's one of many tools, and like you said, there are many outliers and probably plenty of other systems. In fact, there is an entirely different system, specifically favored by Taiwan, to use to capture the sound and phonetics of Hanzi that I'm aware of. And we could explore that too, and you can probably find a lot of limitations with that system as well, and then spend a whole line of thought of being pedantic about what its limitations is in isolation within a single tool, when language learners do not necessarily are confined voluntarily to a single tool. So whether that creates this onerous of foreboding barriers or limitations to a language learner's competence, eventual competence, or fluency in a language, it is not restricted to the single tool. I do appreciate, though, your concern and your hyper-focusedness on the limitations of the Pinyin system. Right. A tool that uses Taiwan's, yes. Mofu, I don't even know how they go about it. It's the same way we produce the same error. Fair enough. If it produces the same error, it would create two systems with two different contexts. Those two contexts may suggest something else. You can also juxtapose it to actual interactions with other people. Those are interactions, because the issue is the lack of human checking and human proofreading. That's bold. That's a very bold statement. That is a very, very bold statement. But yeah, sure. I agree. Some things may be attributed to human checking and human proofreading. And you know what? As opposed to sounding incredibly technical and very detached, as in having no semblance of sentimentalism or emotional intelligence in your comments, I would say that if there are errors due to human checking and human proofreading, certainly that would make for a really wonderful discussion when someone interacts with another human being in communication with the target language. So if I mispronounce 知 in 这知, then one day it will lead for an interesting conversation between a human being who may or may not have human checking or human proofreading issues, and that makes for a wonderful sentimental interaction. Hello there, Baker. Welcome back. So, yeah, you can continue to point out these things. It is very enlightening. However, I find that a lot of times your commentary lacks a human touch to them, I suppose. And it really does, it's very reminiscent of a time when I do not share a lot of empathy with people as well. So I'm being a little forward, but I think it's a very appropriate place to present this case before it spirals into some sort of pedantic like exercise in being exact and precise. Yes, lots of tools have fallacies because humans are the ones that create them. And I personally find it incredibly beautiful when these things happen. I'm sorry if I say has no hint. It is difficult to convey human touch through text. Well, it can be difficult to convey human touch through text, but it is certainly not as difficult to not sound like that, I suppose. Right? Like no one is I don't think it is something that I think this would be overstepping. So I respect that you may experience a difficult to convey human touch through text. I think that's probably my issue here. Like personally for me, my why I'm very being contentious, because the way you make statements, in my opinion, is as though you have ascertained the truth of human nature. You make statements as though they are generalities that are constantly true. Like, for example, it is difficult to convey a human touch through text. Perhaps if my opinion is, I think it is difficult for me to convey a human touch through text. I'm not entirely sure if other people have the same issue, because I genuinely think that in this new format, most human touches go through text. It certainly does not look very similar to the way you're typing. And hear me out here. I type like that, and quite a lot as well. And oftentimes the feedback is very similar. So not only am I saying this in a non-isolated way, I'm trying to project my own personal experience here. Sometimes sounding like incredibly assertive and as a matter of fact kind of thing tend to come off as very like I don't know what I should say kind of situation. So if you want to keep on talking about the technicalities of things, I really have no commentary about it other than, well, Duolingo made an error and maybe they'll correct it in the future, right? Maybe they'll correct it in the future. If pinyin makes me pronounce or be unaware of specific tone changes, then it will be interesting in the future when I talk to people, what they think about that. And I would make a small modification. I think it is difficult to convey a warm human register through the format of live stream comments, which enforce conciseness. I see. That's an intriguing thought. Is this conciseness of yours self-enforced? Because generally speaking, my experience often deal with people not being concise enough. 300 characters? Huh. Oh, you're talking about the length. I see. Well, verbosity is certainly something that I have personal experience with. I guess that does come down to the need to speak at length. But yes, I would say 300 characters is very limiting. However, this would be a form of text. However, there are many other forms of text, right? Much like languages, one can exchange these conversations not simply through Twitch. However, I'm not sure in this case, since we only interact on Twitch, that's a very fair assessment, I suppose. I'm not sure if human register, small modification, difficulty convey. I feel like you have a really wonderful command of all your languages that you're used to. The way you type and talk, I like to think that's how you sound as well, right? So you're trying to convey the way you sound, but you're suggesting that because text is text, I can't actually hear the way you sound. To me, the way you sound and you write are incredibly precise and concise already. I don't necessarily think the vast majority of this is not how you sound. So I think that's probably what I mean by the human touch. So I can definitely find that relatable, that the way typing is, it is very different from the way you converse, right? So my direct response and change in the diction of the way I respond to your, or provide commentary to your comments, is a reflection of what that sounds like. Like the way I sound now is probably not the way I sound usually when I'm streaming, right? Your goal was these interjections, corrections is to briefly point out the error of the educational tool used to prevent you making the same error in the future. That is all. And I want to paraphrase. I'm going to paraphrase it with a human touch. You just want to help out of kindness, and you presume that I will make the same error in the future, and yet you presume that I will feel bad, and that somehow you're benevolently saving me some grief or something. And I think the human touch would be to empathize with me, that I've shared that if it does happen, that's nice. If it doesn't, all right, right? It's pretty bold to believe that your interjections and corrections pointed out in that state is used to prevent something that's already set in stone in the future. Like if I do make the same error in the future, I can explain it through my observations of a tool. So pointing out the error of the educational tool may also be the same as, oh, hey, that's cool. I noticed that Duolingo do it this way. It's like, oh, that's not how that works. And would that be an error in making, like, would that be an error that is upsetting or sad, or an opportunity to have a discussion? So I've had many of these discussions with people who are no longer here, because they find that it is very painful or very emotionally, selfishly painful to see that someone can remember information that is potentially erroneous, because you're saving them the grief of making that error when they can explain how they've made that error, right? I think that's probably something that we won't be able to relate with. But thank you for pointing out that it does not deflate me on the skepticism of how direct your language is. So is it an error? I will find out, I suppose. Thank you for pointing out the discrepancy. I do not openly trust people who are so confident in the way they express these things. So, excuse me, right? I guess I'll have to apologize in advance. The more direct and confident you are in suggesting something would be countered with an increased proportional skepticism on how bold the statements are, right? Like how you suggest that live stream comments enforce conciseness. It enforces conciseness on you, right? And then you think it's difficult to convey. And I really appreciate that. And it's a shame that 300 characters is too concise, right? However, for other people, I find that you are confident because of your extensive live experience of learning Mandarin using online resources. Okay. And that somehow is enough to inform how you interact with people learning Mandarin, and also how you interact with people who know Mandarin. Because I could honestly say, I could sit here and say I read a lot of books, and therefore that your confidence is exuded by your living experiences of your research. You have a lot of extensive knowledge of learning Mandarin using online resources. In what proportion is that related to interaction with human beings? Because you seem to inculcate a lot about the erroneous nature of human beings. I have no qualms. You know way more about Mandarin than I do. Like, there's no doubt about that. You know, it sounds like you probably know more English than I do as well. Like, knowledge is a fantastic thing to accrue. I don't necessarily think that the way we're conversing now, and the way you're talking to me, and the way I'm having to reply to you would suggest that experience includes interaction with people of different cultures and language proficiencies. Much of the online ecosystem of Chinese users have the same phonetic error in common, and it was a source of a small amount of embarrassment, frustration to unlearn. For yourself, I see. So naturally then, may I be as bold to presume that that small source of embarrassment and frustration to yourself is projected onto me because you're doing me a kindness to prevent myself from having the same embarrassment and frustration, because your experience of learning Mandarin in online resources somehow informs you about how other people approach learning Mandarin? Or do you watch other people learn Mandarin all the time? It's a very fair discussion, by the way. I think this is an incredibly important topic. I've crossed this bridge a couple times already with 2 or 3 other technical people, and we chose to mutually distance ourselves from each other, largely because they can't bear to see someone go through the process of learning and error correction, as with most things. I would beg to differ that I'm not an exceptional person, but I do represent a group of people that you won't likely see online. Like, what I mean is visibly see as in a way that you would interact with. I feel like the vast majority of people that would meet my archetype tend to be people who are relatively solitary, and they would not necessarily publicly show or demonstrate how they learn Mandarin. So there might be some pre-selection bias here when it comes to the perception of embarrassments when it comes to making errors. And you mentioned that a lot of online ecosystem of Chinese resources have the same phonetic error. So if they have the same phonetic error, and would that be, I'm not entirely sure if that would be considered an error anymore, unless it's still the vast minority. Not everybody has access to somebody to talk to, or other resources of verbal practice online ideally are all that are available. That's fair, that's fine. And the facts are then, if you don't have access to somebody to talk to, right? Which I don't either. One would be objectively inclined to understand of making statements of the limitations of their own experiences, right? As opposed to overselling their experience. Like, you have a vast experience with online resources. However, those might be limited to non-conversational interactions with other people. So a logical conclusion or a logical reservation you may have is overextending one's ability and perception on providing human touch in the terms of interpersonal communication, right? If you do not engage or practice in interpersonal communication, what say your limitations and observations about presuming someone's emotional intelligence? I say this in a very direct way to myself when I was younger, because I definitely knew that I had a deficiency in emotional intelligence, largely due to the nature that I was very analytical. So I was solitarily confined in a way of accruing knowledge without interaction and focus or practice of interpersonal skills. So a command of the depth of a language does not necessarily command emotional intelligence while communicating about a language if one does not practice interacting in the first place. And that, in my opinion, is a fair admission of the limitations of one's own experience. I don't understand. Couldn't parse what you just said. Could you kindly reiterate? If you do not practice talking to people, talking about people, or focusing on a human touch, what is to say your commentary on human touch and registry and expression of human emotions is adequate enough? Like, if you're suggesting things like it's very difficult to express emotions through text, the question is, how often do you engage in that practice of expressing emotions in text with other people? The reason why I ask is because the diction, the way you type sentences, would suggest that you do not often type text on YouTube or on Twitch. Largely due to the nature that in my position, I understand that your typing and your speaking is very different. So hence I'm speaking very differently. Who is you? Is that literally referring to? It's referring to you. We're having a discussion between two people. We're not talking about anyone else here, right? Like, there's no deflection here. Most of your statements a lot of your statements dealt with generalities that deflect off of you. The human touch is typically speaking between two people. Like, in most of the time when I was speaking to you. I wasn't speaking to some generality, right? So whenever you say it's very difficult to convey human touch, that's interesting. I'm kind of curious what your experience is with that. And I find that your confidence in understanding me is not necessarily through the context of being very competent in a language, right? I think you're frustrated and you're preventing a frustration largely due to the nature that I might be frustrated in the future if I made that error. But I wanted to assure you that that was not the case. I find it very humbling and interesting that there are lots of people who know a lot more about Mandarin than me. However, I remain skeptic when someone is very exact and confident. So I wanted to let you know that. And if that is indeed an error, and I were to make the same error, it would likely not be a source of frustration or embarrassment to me. But I really appreciate the gesture, right? And then now the rest of the commentary was dealing with or concerning the way you type and speak. It's very different. It's almost exuberantly memorable. So it makes me start thinking, what part of it is seemingly almost automated and what part of it is the human touch? I almost exclusively type the way you did or the way you currently are maybe like 10 years ago, and it's very perhaps my very passionate observations here and my directness is reminding me of a past experience. So you're gonna have to pardon me for, if I may, you may have to pardon me on how assertive I may be when it comes to someone who else is equally as assertive. Yeah. This is I don't want to give you the impression that this is a very, very interesting discussion we're having. So, feel free to unhinge your thoughts, I suppose. Within appropriate limits, right? Within appropriate limits. Some TOS friendly, perhaps.
Yumal?
You're getting more and more lost. I think you type very different from other people. And the way you type doesn't scream to me like an attempt was made on the human touch. It started as a simple correction, suggestion, and now we are discussing about human nature. Yeah, because your motivation is human nature, right? You're making a simple correction and suggestion due to be motivated by human nature. I think the words were, we are literally hardwired, like things like that, statements like that. Most of your contexts and your corrections are from discussing about human nature. You wanted to make a correction because you expressed human error, human proofreading, right? This error is made by humans. There was an emphasis, an undertone of human nature in most of your motivations. So I was tapping into that because that part is the human touch to me. Whether the error is there or not, but in this case, is it a human error? I don't know. That would be a great question. That's you got it. That is the question that is most interesting. Is it a human error? And I'm not sure. However, you made a very... Yeah, there it is. You said it's a rigid program system that humans created which don't capture the nuance of human language. That's exactly what I mean. Now we're back to the same thing. Is it? I guess whatever you surmise is likely the truth. I will have no commentary. I do not want to contribute to a commentary to someone who defaults back to their original conjecture. So, yeah, sure. It's a program system that humans create which don't capture the nuance of human language. Fair enough. And yet, you choose to discuss that with a human being who obviously treat it that way. So, it is a tool, and many of the tools. However, you went further and argue, well, all your other tools are also systematically prone to the same error. It's like, well, gee willikers. That's a shame that I'm going to be closed in on a system of tools that I don't primarily rely on because I actually talk to other people using it. But then you made an argument, well, not everyone has access to other people. You're talking to me right now. And then I made a commentary about how when talking to you, it doesn't seem like I'm talking to you or you're talking with me. You're talking at me. You made a global statement, a generality about the erroneous nature of these systems. It's like, that's great. What does that mean to you? And what does that mean to me? I wanted to share with you what it meant to me. It meant to me that, okay, I will probably have to remember that. Thank you for pointing out the erroneous parts of the system. Does that alleviate some of your concerns that motivated you to make the correction in the first place? You expressed that you wanted to correct in the first place because it saves, hopefully, me embarrassment, right? In case I make that error in the future. And I appreciate that sentiment. I think that was the most human touch that I gathered from all of this. Right.
别放弃，
别放弃，
加油。
多尔，有
Oh my gosh.
多尔，
有绿色的
羽毛，
羽毛。This course is difficult. It's very human. I feel oftentimes discord leads to strength. And it leads to adaptivity and embrace and appreciation for interacting with other human beings. Sometimes you can't tell where the conversation or what the goal of the discussion is. I don't really think you need a goal of the discussion or the conversation. Human interaction is fantastic in that way. It can be aimless. It's beautiful. I don't usually say these things when I felt maybe like 15, 17 years ago, something like that. Sometimes I think one of the most beautiful parts of human nature is talking about what motivates you to perform the actions in the first place. perhaps it would be interesting. Here's a thought experiment. It would be interesting if you were able to engage in the type of your discussion with all the other streamers that you watch. You believe that if discussions are aimless, that should be indicated with some sort of maxim. Would you care to elaborate on the maxim, and how do you feel about discussions being aimless? Does one not consider the possibility of emergent purposes in retrospection, or like when one reflects on an aimless discussion, do you not consider that as a possibility of creating purpose out of a discussion that is aimless? In verbal communication, that maxim is usually tone. In oral communication, or do you mean in both text and oral? Because the tone that you gather is statistically variant from the tone of the vast majority of my experiences. So if we're really talking about experiences, right? You have your wealth of knowledge of online communication and resources, and you can constitute that as a great way to project your experiences with communication. Yet I'm here baffled by your insistence on communicating a specific way that is incredibly irregular from the vast majority of humans I've interacted with. Or other strategies are... Alright. This is... discourse is difficult. And it is very, very intriguing, challenging, and actually quite exciting. I will learn quite a lot from this type of discourse. But I would guess that in communication via text and virtual space, the system of maximums becomes a little bit more complicated. I suppose. You can make it as complicated as you want it to be. Aimless discussions, huh? Intriguing. Aimless discussions.
它大约
大约
40岁，
40岁。
晚
And is that uniqueness in our style of communication a neutral difference from others, an advantage or a flaw? I haven't even thought of the advantages or flaws to it. I think it's it creates beauty in how communication works. So neither, I suppose. Neither. It's something I don't think about. So I think it's an aspect of communication that one can leverage when the time is appropriate for it. So if there's anything, this is helping me use the type of language and English that I haven't used in a fairly long time. And it definitely reminds me of how esoteric it can be and difficult to follow when one become unhinged in that nature. I think for the most part, my type of interaction with other people are not quite like this. So there is a novelty to it, and in a way, whether it's flawed or advantageous, it's kind of one of the beauties of interacting with another human being. Now, the question is, sometimes when it comes to this one-way exchange where I'm the speaker and the person who's demonstrating the action, obviously I have my own suspicions about the way people talk through text, right? Now, much like Duolingo, when I look at Duolingo, I find myself trying to at least try to make myself aware and play by the limitations of systems. So when you talk about how it is difficult to convey a human touch through text, it is difficult for me to convey how different you text from my experience with other texters. So does that make it erroneous or flawed, or that you have to change the way you type and whatnot? I would take it as the same approach as how you're suggesting that it is some higher duty to correct all the phonetical errors in Chinese online resources, right? If that is your goal and that's your desire, that's probably the most human thing I've heard in the day. My question about that is, if it is an error that's perpetuated the entire time, I'm kind of curious what that's like when you talk to someone. Is there a reason other than a mechanical thing? Higher duty is a strong wording? Well, yeah. That is very proportionate to the impression you're giving me. So, if not, then I don't see what the motivation was other than a human thing, right? You notice an error and you want it to be corrected. And I appreciate you pointing it out. And then I make commentary, right? What the heck is this?
Lan.
Lan? Huh.
Lan.
行
Lan.
Lan? What do you look like? Oh, you're either Gu or Chang. We'll go with Chang.
Cheng.
Chang. Okay. Chang. Wen.
Gu.
行
Cheng.
Oh. It is. It's star and it's to me it reminds me of a drunken star. That's how I'm gonna remember it. A drunken star. Chang is a drunken star. Although I still don't know the definition of like what they're gonna use it in, so I'm looking forward to it. It'll be revealed soon. What was this?
Gu.
Gu.
Cheng.
Oh no, it's not Cheng, sorry. It's what was it?
Xing.
Xing? Oh, Xing, my bad. Xing. You assume the yo radical has something to do with waking up with a hangover. Oh, is that what it is? Related to
懒 卵
so 醒
骨
骨
骨
Oh yeah, that's 强.
成
Oh, and lan is okay. It's not as interesting.
它有橙色的嘴巴。
它有橙色的嘴巴。嘴巴。Interesting that they swapped it up. Huh. J is mouth. Huh. Yeah, they used a different one. Huh. Probably not, but that is how I would think about it from now on. Yeah. Huh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to remember Chang. What is the difference? They introduce Kao. Before. But this is J. Which I'm more familiar with J than Kao. Right. Is it Kao? No. What is it? That's not Kao. It's or I might be writing it. Oh yeah, Kao. Yeah, so they ended up swapping to Dui. So the difference is that now it is Duiba instead of Kao. Yeah. Yeah. So this is actually new vocabulary. So Duiba is new. Is why I stopped on it.
嘴巴。
请提醒他吃药。
请提醒他吃药。Please remind her please remind her to take medicine. Interesting. Huh. Our drunken star ended up being well, that didn't turn out as helpful. So remind. Easy. Nope. I got nothing.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？喜欢。你给你提醒。电子邮件。谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
给发 oh 给
你
发
提醒电子邮件
given the glyphs, I thought it had something to do with waking, sobering up, but Wikipedia says otherwise. Apparently, it originated as a cognate of clear. Oh, okay. Clear. Huh. 谁喜欢给发你提醒电子邮件 Who like to give you who like to remind you to reply to emails or email reminders? Who likes to give you email reminders? Who likes to forward you email reminders? Who likes to remind you about email? Oh, that would explain it because I misheard it. 谁喜欢给你 oh no, it doesn't actually change my interpretation of it. Yeah, is after because it's pointing to 你发提醒电视邮件 Who likes to send you email reminders? Okay, I guess an odd question. Just an odd question. What makes sense now? How can it mean so many different things? Waking up, sobering, to since all of those concepts are somewhat connected to clarity. Oh, okay. Who likes to send you email reminders? In what way? That is certainly something coworkers might actually say, though. Huh. Shows how long I've had coworkers. How long it's been since I've had coworkers. 多尔不喜欢很懒的人。懒 oh lazy. Interesting. Okay. Well, Duo doesn't like lazy people. Well, there you go.
如果你很懒，多尔会哭。
Okay. If you're lazy, Duo will cry.
如果你很懒，多尔会哭。多尔，如果你很懒，多尔会哭。如果你很懒，多尔会哭。
多尔鼓励我们每天学习。
It's true. You can turn it off though. You can turn off you can turn off the notifications or encouragements. 多尔鼓励我们每天学习。What a way to end the Chinese course.
鼓励
多尔鼓励我们从不放弃学习。
多尔鼓励我们从不放弃学习Um, I'm not sure about that one. Like, sometimes. And sometimes it do be a little like "gu" means drums, so I wonder what the etymology of 鼓励 is. I see. 鼓励 It's interesting that they changed li. Noli has a different li, but it's related in meaning, but they decide to change it up into a different li. Interesting. It's still related though. The radical is still in there. It's only on the right side. No encourages us to never give up on learning.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, how to screw this up? Oh. 谁给你
发
Wait.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？喜欢。
谁喜欢给你发给你发
提醒
提醒电子邮件。
电子邮件。谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
Okay. Alright, are we at the end? Actually, I'm not even sure if this is the last lesson. Huh. Uh-oh. No. Oh boy. Guess I will keep it at 5 for today, and then we'll do the construct for tomorrow.
晚。
醒。
Oops. You did not just do that.
晚。
Right.
醒。醒。
But they already did these.
成。
No, not the same.
晚。成。
成。
晚。
醒。
鼓。
鼓。
鼓。鼓。成。
成。
醒。
醒。
晚。晚。鼓。
橙。
它有橙色的嘴巴。
它有橙色的嘴巴。We already go over this? Are they repeating? Unintentionally? Huh. Oops. Imagine having an orange mouth.
请提醒他吃药。
请提醒 Wait, something's really weird here. These are the same prompts from the last set. That doesn't usually happen. Interesting. 提醒 吃药. I'm having some major deja vu now. This is in the same exact order. Am I crazy? This is a way to get me to become crazy.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
What the heck? It's in the same exact order too. Okay, I'm going a little crazy here. I'm pretty sure these are the exact same prompts in the exact same order. So I wasn't imagining things at the beginning. I was like, wait a minute. Because I paused and said, isn't this the same? I thought we already went over these prompts. Like, I could have sworn it was in this exact area. And then I started questioning. And then questioning. And with every prompt, I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, man. Duo, don't do this. It has one less lesson set. So so basically they repeated the last lesson set. So it should have been a 5 instead of a 6. So they have 6, but the last 4 and 5 are the same. 4 and 5 are the same. So 5 lessons. So they had a redundancy that they didn't trim. They didn't trim the redundancy.
谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件？
Yeah, this is the one that got incorrect. 谁喜欢给你发提醒电子邮件 that's wild.
多尔不喜欢很懒的人。
Yeah, it's the same exact prompts. Holy. I was losing my mind for a little bit. I was questioning my reality just momentarily. Sometimes I do have deja vu and I would like create the behavioral patterns, but this time this is literally happening. I mean, these orders are different though. But the prompts and the stuff is. I think these orders were mixed up. Actually, was my memory good enough for that? Was I paying attention? Were they in the same spot? No, I don't think they were in the same. I would have to go back. I would have to go back in the video. I'm not sure if this was English to Chinese as opposed to the other way around.
多尔，
Oh no, this is the reverse now. This part is the reverse. So fascinated. Okay.
今天，今天，每天，
我每天
鼓励，鼓励，鼓励。我们放弃，放弃，鼓励，放弃，学习，
放弃。Duolingo encourages us to quit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was. Oh, what did they do? Or. Oh. But the time. Here. Interesting. Because he's encouraging to study every day. Okay, that's actually a fair point. as opposed to every day Duolingo every day Duo encourage us to study versus every day Duolingo encourages us and then to study every day. That's fair. If you're late. Oh yeah, it is the reverse. Never mind. So there is a change. It's not identical. It's actually paired up to be literally the opposites. It's every exercise, but in the same order. So the prompts are in the same order, but the activity is different. The last, I'm pretty confident in these last two. It was the Mandarin was displayed up here, and then I was translating. But boy, that threw me for a loop. Right? I've lost my mind.
如果
I've lost my mind. Now I'm not even sure anymore. I'm positive. At one point I laughed when they said the Mandarin, and I wasn't even translating it. I laughed and said, Duo will cry if you're lazy, right? So I'm absolutely confident, at least in this point, that this was in Chinese originally, that we were to translate it. I think.
多尔
如果你
很懒
多会哭
哭
or maybe not. Oh no, I think it might be a it was a listening exercise. Yeah, it was a listening exercise. You heard it, and then you selected. Oh, it wasn't translating. It was listening. You listened and then you translated, or not translate, but you selected the. This was same too. That's understandable. Okay.
多尔
door. door
鼓励
我们
我们
door 鼓励我们鼓励我们
从不
a new grammar point 从不
放弃
学习
学习
从不 Where do I have that? What does this look like? Holy.
奖金
Let me see if I hit the listening thing. 奖金
奖金
Okay. Oh no, that's a different stroke
奖金
order.
奖金
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 奖金奖金奖金
奖金
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 Different stroke order.
奖金
Okay, No. That's not what I saw. Okay, so let's sort this out. Let's make a. Oh, was there really that many characters being used? Huh. Talk to coworkers. Let's whip something out really quickly and then head off. Okay. So we have a bunch of things that deal with working, right? Let's group them. Yang responsibility.责任. I guess. We can say responsibilities lead to. Oh, we can make it around responsibility. No. That's ugly. Trying it. Oh, is this right to left with a steady slope? Yes. Okay. Oh. So let's say that leads to. Okay. So, 奖金 and 责任 pressure 压力 add it to here. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Sorry. 压力。哎呀呀呀呀，暖，maybe 暖天，哦，暖和，
暖和，
暖和，right，暖和，暖和。That's oof. We'll put it over here. Four. Oh. No, 误会 misunderstand. The heck? Did we do this? Checking.误会。Way? No way? Oh, there's.抱歉，抱歉，抱歉，抱歉。抱歉。Maybe we'll. 抱歉。抱歉。Oh, wrong. Oh. I think this is the. Maybe not. It looks like there might be one. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, I did have one too many lines, and it's intriguing. Is it not here? No, it's not. Oh, Tian. Oh, Tian. Oh, where the temperature? When? When? No. Is it? No. Oh, this is dry. Oh, 干燥. Lump it in over here. 干燥. Then. Oops. And so亮块 2块 oh wait 2块 亮 is 亮 is oh 2块 kind of sounds like 2-piece 2块 try a couple with this. When something when do imagine seeing do because that was skipped over before. When do in Indu they when do up here. When do right? Oh, dang it. Not the same. It's what were you? Forgive. Okay. 原谅原谅 Wait, I had the other Liang? Liang? Really? No. Just omit it. When Liang. Yeah. Right. Yes. Nope. 放弃，放弃，放弃。嗯，No, I'm certainly not done yet. Is this recap or ending? This is constructing. Yeah, this is the constructing part. Yeah, of day 1 for the last unit. So I guess it's understood. You can up. How's your day going so far? We had a bit of a digression. It was interesting. I gathered and learned a lot. From the interaction. See. Okay. Where do we stick the thing with door? I think just so random. Oh no. This one's the tough one. Emo. Oh, I guess we're just gonna create a third group, right? Because it's related to duo. So let's put a third group down here. I have a really random connection to remembering this. This is wa, isn't it? It's wa. Or am I crazy? Yeah, it's wa. It's a counter for birds, right? And wa, it's a counter for birds and also has that tongue twister that deals with niwa, right? Niwa. Which niwa reminds me of something that duo would do a lot. So because I've already forgotten what the sound of that is. But what I know is it's gonna be very hard to forget. And Mao, right? Mao? Mao? Yi Mao, right? Yi Mao. There are lots, and Duo has a lot of feathers. Like birds have a lot of feathers. And Mao is a low unit, right? It's a low unit with high number of units. So that's how I'm remembering that. It's elaborate, but at least I'll have something to hold on to. Email. What about this drunken star? I don't remember what drunken. Oh, it's remind. Son of a. So. Ý形啊，意形啊。We're gonna have to stretch from here, right? 意形。Oh. Oh, it's this T. Sing. It'll come together. I understand. I see it. It's T listed. It'll come together. Is this math but Chinese? It's not math, unfortunately. Not that good with math. Don't tell my Asian parents. Guli. Yeah, Guli. So I imagine Li is not listed here. Oh no, it is. Oh, neat. I wasn't expecting that. Guli. This is gonna be. Oh, we can add. We can add. Oh, I got it. Can connect this. Let's do Guli first. Gu. Li. Don't you are you interested in Chinese? Don't you learn Chinese like this? Come on, this is all the rage. I'm kidding. This is not all the rage. This is the best part. Oh, Gu Li. And then we're gonna connect this with this. And we're gonna do Tengbu. That's kind of ugly. Try again. Am I being a butt? Why does that look off? No. You're gonna try to just learn Spanish? I will be starting Spanish in February. So I'm gonna be joining you sometime soon. Yeah, Spanish is Beautiful language. Absolutely wonderful. How's that going, by the way? Yeah, there's a lot of Spanish. We talked about this earlier. There's so many people are hitting Spanish and talking about Spanish. So I'm looking forward to sharing and engaging in all the discussions involving Spanish and other sources and whatnot. It's going great. Great to hear. How are you learning Spanish? Little, yeah. So what the? Of course, orange. 橙色. Of course. Orange. How the heck? Oh my gosh, I remember now. Talking about purple. Oh, a orange mouth. Oh, I totally get it now. It was describing a door's beak. Doesn't door's beak have, is it orange? Oh no, maybe it's not. Am I crazy? Does door's mouth even have a color? Oh yeah. Yeah, they were describing. I didn't even make that connection. You can just speak a little bit of sentences. Well, that's nice. May I ask what is your motivation for learning Spanish? So I guess we're gonna go with Chang. Soya. Soya. Fun. Oh, okay. Well, that's all you need? That's all you need? Hablo un poco español. Demo. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually know how to say but anymore. Entonces. No, that's then. I should. I keep replacing it with Japanese and Chinese. Yeah, but I don't really haven't worked on it in a long time. We'll see. We will see. It will be lots and lots of fun. I'm looking at pictures of Duo right now. Okay. So he has so they did, what was it? 嘴巴, right? 嘴巴. So just write orange here for now. 长. I don't imagine Spanish have a section like this for something else. It would be interesting. I can't wait to see how Spanish is laid out. It'll be like fresh, refreshing, and start off once again, you know, like new. 尝试, 尝试. Okay, so now we have 相异. 相异. Oh yeah, 相异. 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 Where are we going with it? can put it up here. 相异 相异 工资 we'll just place it here. 工资 加班 we'll put 加班 加班 okay. 相亮 and 相亮 oh 相亮 I guess so we'll place it up here 相亮 yeah 相亮 oh I think the strike is right? Okay. Into a misunderstanding. That's understandable, right? 回来 Not even sure. I think 回来 we already have. So we can skip that. 我 just straight up 我会 okay we're not either 会变 oh 意见 that's 意见 right 相恋意见 oh no I lost a piece that's right cover that a little bit 意见 what do you mean I didn't start my lesson? I started my lesson. We're at the end of the lesson. Yeah. This is the end of the lesson. We're reviewing all the lessons. Yeah. Today. Then finish the lesson? What do you mean by finish the lesson? We finished the lesson already. This is a part where all the characters are gathered. These are practice things. Yeah. This is constructing. There's no revision. Like we're making our memory aid for tomorrow. For all the things that we learned today. This is all the things that we learned today. 一前 Mao. Oh, right. Mao. Oh. Mao To. We're missing one. Mao To. Ying. Oh my goodness. I can't see that. But it does look like there's... Oh my gosh. That heckin... Oh my god. Mao To Ying. Ying is so dense. Oh no. That is so dense. They squeezed in a Nyol? What? How the heck do you expect me to squeeze in a Nyol at the bottom of that? This is absurd. Who made this character and thought this was a great idea? Oh boy. Okay. So... okay. Place it here. No, we'll place it here. So... Mao... Oh, we can move orange. Mao, Po, and absurd. We have the cap. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I think it has 4. Oh, you are. Oh, she has 4 strokes across. What the heck? How do you squeeze that in? Okay. Whoops. And then they squeezed a Nyol. That's absurd. That's too fat. Okay. That's such a large character. That's fine. We'll just leave it like that. Okay. Mao To Nyol. Mao To, not Nyol. Something else. Ying. Mao To Ying. Mao To Ying, and then Duor. Duor. Right. So Duor. Da. Da Ye. Approximately. And put Da Ye up here. Da Ye. We're missing some stuff. There's Chongbu, which we've pigeonholed here. This is years. I finally understand what the years are coming from. Shu. 15 years? Hold up. Shu. When was Duolingo founded? 2011? Sure, that would make it 2026. Oh, not quite exact. I was thinking maybe they were talking about... Oh, wait. Actually, when was Duolingo first? Oh, it's 2011. 15 years? That's 2026. Never mind. I thought they were deliberately saying something was 15 years old, and they were referring to Duolingo because it was 15 years since Duolingo started. It's actually 13 years for now. It's almost 15 years. Wait, it's almost 14 years. 14 years. We're gonna remove this because it's probably the age, right? That's fine. So we're missing 2 from what I remembered. We're missing now. What inspired me to learn Chinese? 我的父母是中国人。Mainly, 如果 I mean not 如果 my parents are Chinese. So because I wanted to play certain video games, I guess here's the last thing that it caused me to learn. There have been certain video games that have video games have been very accessible now with like reading Chinese texts and whatnot. So for the longest time, I had largely been reliant on listening to Mandarin. However, I want to read. So I'm actually, I'm rather illiterate. So I've been illiterate before I started. So now most of the time it's, or writing and looking. Yeah. I'm a American born Chinese. So I'm a second generation American. So my parents are the immigrants. And oftentimes second gen, they often prioritize English. Because, well, Chinese people are very pragmatic, and in the United States, you want to excel in English in order to be successful. And now I have time, so I'm going back to learning Chinese. Any advice on tips on learning a language that I found helpful? This is probably my thing. So I do this at the beginning, at the end. So you could use Anki and stuff. You could use flashcards and whatnot. However, I spend most of my time slowing down in the beginning and at the end. So I'm most slowest at the beginning and end of my learning lessons. And I would say this is the one thing that a short number, at least from my experience, this is something that is the dawn of an old has-been time where I do not feel that lots of people engage in the manual construct and use of the thing they're learning. So because technology makes it very convenient. But this is it. What is this? I guess let me describe this a little bit. What is this is what I call active recall. So this sounds cliche, but when you read a textbook, right? A lot of times textbooks they start with, here's a summary, here's a teaser of all the things you should have learned going into this chapter. And then here's, all the things that you should have learned, right? Or maybe you will gather from this chapter. And at the end of the chapter of a textbook, typically they would have summary of everything you have read and should have gathered, the major points. And then here are all the questions that would trigger a lot of gathering these thoughts. So now what does that look like if you don't have that? So what I have been doing for a while now is, well, now I don't have any of the prompts in front of me. I did 6 lessons today in a lesson set. Where are all the vocabulary? So I take all the vocabulary and I try to organize them in a way so it's kind of like taking notes. Back in the day, some people like, oh, read the assignment, and then what do? You take notes. However, it's different from copying notes. You're trying to create the notes in your own words in order to organize them, right? So you may not like the way the textbook organizes ideas, so you reorganize them. And then you use that as your recall. So right now, I'm spending most of my time, this is why day ones in new lessons are very, very long. At the end of the day, I'm trying to organize everything. So I don't know if you guys read Chinese at all or Mandarin, if you know these terms, there will be an obvious reason why I've placed them in certain places. So doing this is active recall. It's first constructing. So you want to construct. And then you use it to actively recall something you constructed. So this stuff, tomorrow, the first thing I'll do before I get to the lesson is I'm going to try to recall all of this. And most of the time, since I spent so much time organizing the stuff, 80 to 90% of it retains. And in the future, this stuff becomes they become bigger and you get used to it. So then you start connecting more ideas together. The reason why I do this is because, like a lot of people have suggested, Duolingo does not offer lots of context. Duolingo does not associate or build upon certain things and concepts. So a way to engage myself in organizing is that you do it this way. So I do it this way, and I'm asking myself questions along the way. So it's kind of like the end of a textbook. Like, how does, Xiang Yi relate to, and I don't even remember this character's name anymore, right? Or like the read on this character. It's Severin, right? Severin. So how does that relate? Well, it's business. Like this organization will help me remember the reads eventually. So this is company. Company has responsibilities, right? Responsibilities, and that leads to stress, right? Stress and responsibilities. When you're working for a company, or not a company, but when you're working for a business, this is business, you have bonuses, you have a salary, and overtime, and these things can be approximated. So I don't know any of these like hardcore reads yet, like all the reads, because they are new characters. However, I can relate what they mean by what they look like because I've already organized all this information. That's kind of how I go about it. Don't worry, I am the one that speaks perfect English as well. I'm Arab. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. So sort of constantly revising previously learned phrases before moving on to a new topic. Yeah. So you're trying to store this in, right? You're trying to store all the information in a way that you'll remember it. And then eventually you can connect all those things together. So practicing this creates active construction. So it makes you feel like this is your own, right? If you're not using a curriculum-based thing like an Anki, if you're using flashcards, for example, and you're going through vocabulary, at some point, that becomes more of a cued or triggered response. As in, if they're giving you the context, then in that very specific context, you'll know it. However, how do you get yourself to remember something based on something else you remember if you don't practice it, right? So in this case, if someone starts talking about any of these topics, it can lead me to thinking about any of these characters and any of these words. So for me, this organization, like, yes, you can go look at Duolingo and you can click on this organization. It's like, well, that's not how my brain is organized. My brain is organized based on the arrows. So this is an arrow representation of the links between the characters, and then the characters form words that are linked in this logic for this unit. And that's how I go about doing all that. And at some point, when you want to review more and more units, you connect all those units. It seems like it will have a scaling issue, like it will take a lot of time. In the long run, the ones that I end up keeping are the ones that I have trouble remembering. All the other ones that I don't have trouble remembering, I no longer have to do these over time, right? Like, encourage yourself to connect. Like, for example, it doesn't have to make sense, in my opinion, and it doesn't have to be correct in the sense that you have to remember the correct meaning as long as you get to the meaning that is useful for the pragmatic thing. So, for example, this one, this is a really difficult term, like, for me to remember. Like, what does this mean? Well, in Japanese, this character I have rehearsed a long time ago. It is the counter for bird. So, not even knowing what this is. But yeah, I don't. It's maybe something Mao. Yu Mao? Yes, Yu Mao. I know that this is feather because this is the character that I practice in Japanese for bird. And Mao is a small unit that came from a different unit earlier on in Chinese. So what is something a bird has a lot of? Feathers. So then Yu Mao comes to mind. And if I know Yu Mao, I know Duor, because Duor is the name of duo, right? And duo is a bird, right? But not just any bird. Duo is an owl, which is Mao Toying. So that's a good example, right? And the way anything teaches, it's fine. Like, you can take that and then integrate it into your own way. So journaling and writing, trying to get yourself to write with anything limited, like you might be looking at this stuff and it's like, oh, there's no context, there's not enough context. Make the context. And what I mean by that is, if you don't have the word yet, explain it in English. So if I don't know the Chinese words that connect these two things, I make a note. It's like, I don't know yet. It's an arrow. And one day you're going to go back. One day you're going to go back and say, I know what's in this arrow now. So it becomes an arrow. Originally, I used to write the connection between these ideas. So the arrows are words that I'm very used to already. So the link between this, explaining what this is to this, is an arrow now. So I don't need to do those again. And that's kind of how you like shorthand. So at some point, after like hundreds of hours, you can take a blank piece of paper. You can start with a topic. Like, let's describe Duo's routine. Okay, Duo is an owl with a orange beak. So I'm going over my things now. So tomorrow I have to remember these terms. Like, so Duo is an owl which have green feathers. An orange beak is part of this lesson, which I haven't added yet. An orange beak. They encourage me. It's either this one or this one. Oh, reminds me. This reminds me to encourage me to never quit. To never quit. That's this branch right here. Alternatively, this unit was about a business, about responsibilities and stress. And some of the stuff that you have to stress and responsibility about, it leads to bonuses, salaries, and overtime. And these are approximated. Alternatively, you can have a discussion about it, and it can lead to, discuss. This is, one of these is discussion. This is, opinion, sorry. So the discussion have opinions. You discuss opinions, which may lead to misunderstanding. And a misunderstanding could lead you to give up. Or it can lead you to an apology, which then you are to forgive. That's all the vocabulary in the English meaning without knowing any of the characters or any of the reads. So at some point tomorrow, I will know these characters and know these reads, largely because I've already connected all the ideas. And then over here, it's about the weather. This is temperature, warm, cool, and dry. So it alleviates a lot of it adds an extra idea and connection. And I've done this every single 3 days. It takes me 3 days to get to a new unit. So I keep on iterating on this. Tomorrow in day 2, I'll look for things that I missed, because I'm doing this largely from what I gathered, and not all of it is listed here. If you are using a program or a tool that has a list of stuff, try rearranging it. Try thinking of it in a different way, the way you think of it, and the more creative you are with it, the more it's yours. It's no longer something that's static, it's unrelatable. By coincidence, though, if you find something that you relate really, really well, like a vlogger or a podcast, that's a bonus. When you're doing things like this, like SRS, like Anki flashcard, there's no one explaining the relationship to you. Like, what I mean is, there's no one making you care about the words. So if you don't care, in my opinion, about these words and how these are useful to you or what they mean to you, then in my opinion, you can still remember them. However, it may require more effort in a different source. I think this way it's a little bit more effortless, or it feels effortless, but obviously you're spending your time thinking about it and whatnot. So I think the one thing that may differentiate between me and perhaps a good number of people is probably this activity. Other than that, I'm sure there are plenty of wonderful people out there who have already dialed in all the usual routine. Yeah. So hopefully that there's something useful in there. I really am a person who encourages people to journal. I stream to help keep myself accountable. So instead of journaling, I literally record myself, right? And then I have to interact with other people. So when I interact with other people, it gives me sentiments on doing this. And yeah, hopefully that was an interesting, hope there was something interesting in there. And that's what I'm doing right now. So we're done with our lesson today. So now we're just finishing up our construct for tomorrow. Let's see. We need beak. Or we need mouth. They use mouth. 嘴巴? Yeah, 嘴巴. So, duo, feathers, owl, 嘴巴. Oh my gosh, this character is gigantic too. Okay, so J. Oh, I didn't leave room for ba. A ba. And we can use J ba. This one, ba, as a reminder for s. Oh. Yeah. And here's one more thing. All the stories, like these things that you create, you can share with other people. What I mean is, at some point, all these weird stories, these connections, if someone comes up to you and say, "Oh, how do you remember this?" You're gonna be able to express these funny stories, these connections. At some point, they're gonna become sentences. They're gonna become paragraphs. So one day, your notebook or your journal or whatever you're recording, you'll have a wealth of creative sentences and creative sentiments that you've created yourself. And that's largely what mnemonics are. The thing about mnemonics nowadays is a lot of people take mnemonics from others. However, that's a great starting point. Now make the mnemonics yours. Make it yours. And that book, these constructs, I call them constructs because you're constructing. These constructs will be yours. And one day, when you explain meanings and stuff, you can share these connections with another person. And that person may find it super interesting enough to incorporate that mnemonic into theirs and then make it theirs, right? So personally, that's where most of my stories come from. Where, how do I remember this? How do I remember that? Well, let me tell you, I have a story to tell you. There are other ways, but this one is very visible on screen, so it's very convenient. Other ways is making your life, involve your life with it. Describe things in your daily routine and stuff with the vocabulary, with any vocabulary you have, which is very similar to this. Let's see. Is that one stroke? It was one stroke. Oh, 长色 So orange beak. Any advice as well on how to stay motivated? Ooh, that's a really tough one. This one, when it comes to like behavior, right? When it comes to behavior, the safest thing I could probably say is, and without knowing you, right? I can't get into, in my opinion, I'm uncomfortable in getting into specifics, largely because we're strangers to one another. However, I think the answer, to me, I truly believe that the answer already lies in the person that's asking the question or asking for the advice. It takes a time, but I probably encourage one to sit down, write and describe as many things as you can in detail that gets you motivated. Those are all the things that currently works to get you motivated. Is there any way you can be creative enough to make that be involved and associated with the behavior that you want to create? So this is a habit formation. You can probably find this in lots of other people's like books and whatnot. In order to one of the lowest ways to make consistent habit formation is to look at all the current habits you have. Pick out all the habits that work already, and then associate your new habit that you want with that old habit. So for example, if you absolutely love breakfast, you can either study right before breakfast or study right after breakfast. Now, usually you want to, if it's an entrained desire that you find you need to do, like you're expending energy to do, you're going to have to evaluate for yourself. Do you already have the energy before you eat breakfast or after eating breakfast, after the habit? So the habit that you have, all the things that you currently do, like maybe play video games, vibe to music. You can slowly introduce a smaller unit of whatever you're doing with it. And at some point, those habits will become associated. Then you can start developing and finding creative ways to solidify the habit. The idea is that you're making things that you already do regularly become the positive motivator to associate the other thing. So, like for example, I know this is going to sound crazy. However, I don't get to eat until I'm done studying and streaming. Because I love eating. So the reward that I get at the end of the day is a gigantic meal. And then I get to vibe all day. So you remember that little like cliche saying about do your homework before you go out and play, or do homework before you play video games or do your thing? It's even stronger the older you get, where if you understand the things that keep you motivated, the things that give you reward, you can leverage the ideal situation, or when you're feeling the best. When you're feeling the best and you're building up something that you need to build up, it will become a lot more consistent. It's likely. It's not guaranteed. Obviously, building a habit is effortful. You doing something around a time that you feel best is more likely to be conducive. And you start small. You start slow. You start smaller, right? So if you're going to eat breakfast and you're really pumped for 5 minutes, study for 5 minutes, do your thing, and then you expand it. 6 minutes tomorrow, 7, 8. The idea is that at some point you're making micro adjustments. It's like, oh yeah, at some point it's going to grow to like an hour. It's like, wait, an hour is really long. How do I do it differently so I can go back to 30 minutes? So at some point, all of these, when you get into an act of regularly adjusting over and over again, it's called, it's a thing referred to, in my opinion, as atomic habits. It's popularized by someone else. You can probably look up Atomic Habits. Their book is pretty wonderful. I forgot the author's name, but I occasionally refer to him for his terminology. This is the idea of habit coupling, and he has a way with words. I like the phrase atomic habits. So you're making small changes, progressively small changes, in which you're combining and leveraging cues that you already have. So for me, I don't get to stream until I go outside and run. Running used to be tough, but now when I run, I know I get to stream. When I get to stream, I know I get to eat. If I don't speak or practice my speech, then I don't get to eat, because when I'm streaming, I have to practice my speech and communication skills and whatnot. So everything goes downhill, right? As in, things keep getting better as my day goes up. So as my energy dips, the things I have to do become more and more laxed. So this part is one of my favorite parts in learning. I'm not concerned with all the stuff that needs to be correct or needs to be written correctly. I'm basically creating as a creative thing as I can to link all the stuff. It's the least effort I'm putting in. So peak hours is in the morning for me. I have a lot of balance of physical energy and mental energy. It just climbs down. So organizing all of that makes for a consistent thing. When I start the stream, I'm at my peak. When I'm ending the stream, I had a good day's rest. Right? Hopefully you find something that you're already doing really, really well and plan a little study session around it. There are other ways, like you can associate meaning and sentimentalism to your motivation. So if I ask you, that's why honestly, the thing is, it's why I asked you. Did I ask you already? No, maybe I didn't. I think I only asked a little. Yeah. Like, what motivates you to learn a language in the first place, right? That's kind of where I'm going at. I typically ask whoever asks a question, like, what motivates you now? Like, have you written down and understand or come to terms with the things that make you want to start learning a language? And then what do you currently do that works? Like, I'm sure you went through school, right? There's got to be things that worked and didn't work in school. You can take those things and apply it to a time of day that you, or the time of week even. Remember, you don't have to study every day. You started learning Korean? Yeah. So, say you're learning Korean because you love K-dramas or you love Squid Game 2, which basically came out recently. Watch an episode of Squid Game, do a session. Watch like a film might be a little long, but watch like 20 minutes a film, do an exercise. Watch 40 minutes of film, do an exercise. You can start small by saying, I'm going to watch one Korean film, do an exercise. That might be a little, like, time management is a little tough on that one. However, you could say, I'm going to do a lesson and then I get to watch a Korean film, right? And the motivation is you remind yourself, why are you doing this? Yeah, it's a sort of like a reward. It's the thing that you do already, and you're linking it with a habit that is relevant to that reward. So no matter what, you're going to be motivated because you either gonna do this and you immediately get reminded this is what you're doing it for. You are one day going to watch this Korean film without subtitles, right? And hear me out here. There is a somewhat danger, like there might be some caution about this. One has to remain vigilant to make sure that the activity that you're doing stays positive and stay consistent. As in, there are times when people end up breaking both the habits. So there is a little risk involved where, like, someone who started learning Japanese because they like watching anime. So they begin to learn Japanese, but then they changed everything that they like about the anime. So they stopped being able to enjoy anime the same way anymore because their standards were affected by their learning in Japanese. So then their anime source, their passion for anime, disappeared. So then likely their language learning also disappears, or their source of motivation both drops, right? To me, that's a case when you're using the habit that you have and you're using it to create motivation for the habit that you want to create. However, keep in mind that every day you're trying to make that habit something that is not dependent on your reward, so that one day you can use your study habits as a reward for something else. So what is the reward of my study habits? Getting to study Chinese and Japanese is the reason why I run. So I go out in the morning. When I run, I know that running still sucks because being breathless sucks all the time. But at least the moment I'm done running, I get to do something that doesn't involve feeling like I'm going to suffocate, right? I get to study Japanese and Chinese. And then after Chinese and Japanese is over, I get to eat and chill and watch vlogs and stuff in multiple languages. I get to chill with my friend. We get to play video games. So downhill and going up. And then when I sleep, we do it all over again. Obviously, this is dynamic. So you regulate your behavior as much as you regulate your new habit. So some days you're not gonna watch Korean films every single day. You're not gonna have that much time. Or like you may watch it like every other day, then study every other day first. No studying, not being able to establish something, and then having that drag everything else down can create a negative habit. A negative habit is a coping strategy. So then that can end up being something that drags you down as opposed to elevate you. So it's great to work on and associate things that you already have, at least in my opinion. So that's probably what I would sort out. Not knowing anything about you because you have all the answers. Hopefully that it's something to think about. I think that's usually where I would start if I am like, I'm not a professional, by the way. I do not do this with like patients or anything like that. A life coach, I would say someone that's a career advisor would start with doing a profile of the person they're advising, and then they can offer enrichment, right? Sometimes when you say, oh, I don't know why, I'm just so bored, it could help with another person who knows you. So my other suggestion is, who's a person that knows you really, really well, right? So one day you write down all the things that already work, right? And then you can confer it. You can go and brainstorm it with your closest friend, your family member, someone that knows you so much better than any stranger online that can offer an advice. Because the only other way you can determine if my advice is relevant to you is if you knew a lot about me, which that can't be done in like 30 minutes, right? So my background is very different. So the idea is you have the answer, shape the answer around you, and then find out what doesn't work and what does work. And the internet is already there for you to pluck the information out. So until you know what you're looking for and what you might be looking for, and having friends who can tell you things that you might not even know you're looking for, right? People who know you well, going on the internet and just randomly sprawling out and trying things can work. It takes up a lot of time, and I think a lot of people can become cynical and jaded to a point where they don't reach their goals. So that's probably why I'm suggesting this idea instead. I started language learning with all the list already. Like, I already know my motivations. I already know my plans. I already know what I'm looking for. I can answer why I don't use Anki. I can answer why I chose Duolingo. All these things. And the way I'm able to do this and prove to myself that I understand is I stream it. So all this stuff that I explained was planned. Like, this is the stuff that I do all the time. So if I'm unable to explain it to someone else, then there is a chance I couldn't even explain it to myself. So that's the whole idea of learning, acquiring, and then if you can teach it, that's the last stage. If you can explain something or attempt to explain something, that's probably a great example. So it's kind of like when someone comes up to me and say, I ask them, are you happy right now? And they say, yes, I am happy. And my thought was, prove it. I wouldn't say like prove it in that way. I would wait and have that person want to show me that they are happy. Because if they can, then I have no doubt in my mind that they understand that they are happy. Or they are understanding that they will make mistakes and fix them. They understand what they're doing, right? Like, for example, if someone says, I'm good at doing so-and-so, it's like, okay, can you explain it to me? You don't have to demonstrate it directly. Show me examples that you've put, you place thought in it. And it's not necessary to prove to me necessarily that you're worth something. You're definitely worth something. Like, every human being is worth something, in my opinion. Like, I rarely ever downplay or underestimate the other human. However, if you choose not to express yourself and your opinions, then how can you get anyone else to be interested in believing in you? So that is the stuff you're talking about here. That's the stuff that you're listing here. If you're able to write down what motivates you and you know you can explain it, then those are winners. And then now find behavior or set up a behavior they can do. I'm no longer strictly speaking about language learning. I'm speaking about fitness, diet, exercise, developing emotional intelligence, attempting to overcome social anxiety, developing interpersonal skills, learning not to sound like a robot, because I did sound like a robot at one point. Like, if you asked me 18 years ago, I would give you a textbook reason on how to improve yourself by prescribing exactly what I've learned from online resources and statistics in the best mechanical, pragmatic way of telling you this is the most efficient way to do this. This is the most, without even knowing who you are, what your background is, what your predilections are. That's a very distilled, objective, pragmatic approach to offering advice. But advice is subjective. It's not purely objective. Recommendations based on statistics, someone can ask you, hey, what is the statistical likelihood of me? Fair enough. However, it would be a disservice, personally, for me to ever say that I can ever predict what you need without even knowing you. So in this way, I don't have to, because you doing this, you gain ownership. You gain ownership of how you keep yourself motivated and why you're learning the language. And every single day, you're going to remind yourself why you are doing it. It's not dependent on other people's approval. Well, maybe your loved one and your friends, because they're wonderful people that you trust, right? Hopefully you have a lot of people around the holidays and reminded that there are loving people around you, right? Not necessarily a stranger online, obviously, or like likes and dislikes, comments and whatnot. Yeah. I don't think it's I hope it's not a lot to take in. It comes down to, it can be summarized in a sentence or two, but I like to add a little bit of flavor and life to my explanations. So thanks for asking. It's not every day. I get to practice this fairly often, so yeah, any practice is good practice. Thanks for asking. I think this is it. I think we're done. Oh, green? Nah, green feathers is fine. Yeah, with that, this is an excellent place to stop as well. So we finish our construct. Tomorrow, we'll figure out what we missed, right? Tomorrow's hunt day. So today, we completed our construct. It will be very tough to remember the reads. But we'll see how this is organized tomorrow. This character is a butt. It's a really big butt. I don't really know what to do about this character other than try to write it as big as possible. Yeah, this is easily one of the most dense characters to date. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. We had a really interesting discussion today. I don't know what this is going to lead down, but honestly, hopefully there weren't any poor feelings or objective criticisms or whatnot. I think in the long run, I like to match the energy of someone. So today it got a little weird. So maybe I'll be a little less assertive next time. We had interesting discussions, but largely I guess the take-home message is I'm more interested in the person. It's nice and it's kind gestures of correction and whatnot, but it would be I would say I would feel like I didn't make an honest attempt if I don't probe or attempt to understand what the motivations are behind people's actions, right? I think that's the whole point of being here and doing things. Like, yes, you can offer corrections and trivia and stuff. However, it's a dialogue between two people. So can you explain to me why you do that? Like, why are you doing this? For what are the reasons you do this? I personally find it, bear with my bias, I personally find it disinteresting when someone states facts and whatnot for the sake of stating facts and whatnot. I don't think I'm that ignorant that, or I like to think that I'm not seen as that ignorant, where when you state universal truths or like human nature or discussions about human error and stuff, that is particularly enlightening to me. With that said, if I knew that is what is interesting to that person, I would be more inclined to entertain that idea. However, correcting for the sake of correcting and being pedantic for the sake of being pedantic, it raises curiosity in me to understand what motivates someone to be that way. Because in my opinion, I'm wanting to get to know people. I don't want to get to know what you know, like the knowledge and depth of your experience. I kind of want to know the human touch. And that's very odd that there was an impasse today. We had an impasse where there are things you say that are forms of self-expression. And then there are things you say that are unadulterated facts. The fact that humans make errors, yeah, I agree. There's no commentary that I can make about that. Humans make errors. Systems are created by humans, and humans have errors. And natural language has errors. Regional characteristics of languages have quote-unquote errors or inconsistencies. So there's no doubt in my mind that all these things are agreed upon, right? However, we have oftentimes there's a mutual disinterest. I suppose I'm guilty of being disinterested as well of the facts a lot of times. Maybe I diminish people's knowledge a little bit too much. So for that, I kind of apologize today. It might seem like I was deflecting from the facts. I actually still am going to like study the stuff that was raised, right? It's not like I stop and ignore those type of things. However, it doesn't bring me any closer to caring, like sentimentally, about the thing if the comments and stuff are built on the lack of a human touch. As in, well, why are you telling me this? Is it interesting? Like, do you feel like you want to do something about it? Like, do you dislike that this exists? Right? It's not for everyone. So those people who are not interested in doing that, they typically don't stay around. And those people who are end up learning that they have I've encountered plenty of people so far that found out that they really do have a lot of form of self-expression. And then you don't hear from them ever again because they're busy discovering their voice and their identities and their motivations on doing things. I think that's one of the most priceless things. And my conversations, interactions and stuff are almost coincidentally addressing the crutch of blaming limitations of communication as a coping mechanism, in my opinion, for engaging in communication. So like, is text, for example, limiting? Well, it's limiting in a traditional sense. If you value nonverbal communication in IRL meetings, then do you do those things? If you do, then is there any way you can make texting capture that type of motivation? In that case, you're being a problem solver, not necessarily a giving up, right? Or saying it is what it is. It could be an act of futility, sure. At least you tried. And I think that's the human touch, right? Someone comes up to me and say, Duolingo doesn't work. It's like, okay, I guess I'll find out. Like, but I'm telling you this, Duolingo doesn't work. It's like, okay, pause. Can you explain to me what you know about me? That's where you start. Like, okay, let me tell you something about me, and I want to get to know something about you. Because when you're offering advice and you're talking about things with certainty, the question is, when you're talking between two people, are you telling me things because you want to, or are you actually telling me things because they're relevant to me? It's very different. Duolingo doesn't work for dishes. So yes, it's exhausting. Like, let me make some concessions. It's super exhausting to hear me say this over and over again, because I actually truly believe it. The last thing I want is someone who thinks I'm someone or something, and then you didn't nip it in the bud, right? So then there's this like huge reliance, and then there's this huge fight or this huge dissonance that lead to chaotic, emotional, passive-aggressive feelings later. And yeah, that means that you're not going to be popular, because the idea of creating connections and whatnot it takes a really long time, right? It takes a lot of effort. I am very worried and concerned when I have individuals that I'm exposed to that spend so much time favoring and focusing on things that I don't necessarily find would be able to connect with another person. So if I find that that is a problem for me, I will probably be very direct about it. Like, I can't understand your motivations for doing this. And then I press and say, so are you telling me this upsets you? Like, there's an error and you have to correct it. It's like, okay, now we understand each other. And for those people who didn't want to hear me rebuttal every time or converse, or they don't want to stay in silence, in which letting me to troubleshoot things, then they find their own way of entertaining themselves. They found some other source of entertainment, you know, some other things. I personally, that's a mutual disagreement, right? And it's wonderful because now that person can go and help and do the things with appropriate people, while I do not, we do not end up clashing in the future. You know, as two adults trying to express the misunderstandings. Obviously, that's a rare opportunity. Usually, I'm here. You can always find me here, and then the other person can leave whenever they want. So it's voluntary. So if you're still here conversing with me and inserting effort, you sure as heck bet that I'm gonna spend as much time as I can possibly can to assure that it's an amicable time. The last thing I want to do is to evoke a very terrible situation where someone creates a fire or a torch, or like start witch hunting and stuff. I think the internet has plenty of unfortunate circumstances that involves white knighting and witching, witch hunting and whatnot. So very brilliant people can be very, very powerful. And when you're learning a language and you have the capacity to learn a language and distill information and whatnot, yeah, if you want to call me out on being scared, I am kind of scared. But I don't fight the fear with making showing up the person. I actually combat the fear by double downing on trying to get the person to be expressive. That's my personal take on things. If the person is intimidating, I would tell the person they're kind of intimidating, and then ask them if they have ever a desire to be less intimidating, right? Or be more relatable, right? By sharing information, whatnot. In the long run, I'm trying to combat fear, intimidation, detachment, and pure solitary behavior, because this is live stream, right? This is interaction. It's viewer interaction. I wouldn't choose this medium to challenge myself if all I really wanted to do was tell people what's the right way to do things and prescribe the right way to do things. I think for every one person that becomes successful, healthy, they can go on to affect many more people. For every singular person, you bet I'm going to double down. Anyways, I just thought I'd let people know. I'm absolutely sure that I'm willing to bet money on it. The next several years, I'm still going to encounter the same thing, being called a sappy crap, like a snowflake, etc. And there are people that say no one cares about what I say, and all that. That is irrelevant compared to what I said. My motivations come from myself, and I believe in the idea of getting people to do that as well. Becomes a form of expression that doesn't necessarily lead to miscommunication, right? If someone comes up to me and say, I want to correct all your errors because I know what's right, then at least I know what motivates this person. And I will tell the person, hey, there are a lot of people out there that would love to have someone correct you nonstop. Like you correcting them nonstop to help them learn. I hope you find that person, because I'm not that person. However, you are welcome to correct me if you're okay with me counter-arguing and challenging you to change, to like alter the way you correct things and how you can effectively meet me in the middle, right? So, for the record, right now is 0 for 6 people. So all 6 of them have chosen it's easier and it's not worth it to deal with someone who actually constructively challenges instead of being told what to do and be okay with it. So it's a little different dynamic. Maybe that's just not how people are used to it. You're a people pleaser, right? What does a people pleaser look like? Well, an influencer that does everything that's popular. And they do it because everyone loves it. So I have largely become less of a yes man over the days. That doesn't mean I don't care about people. I try to invest, right? It's an investment. That also means that there's a huge gate. It's a gigantic gate. And the gate is not like gatekeeping anything because it's just me. Like, I'm gatekeeping my own self. That's fair enough. It can be considered as gatekeeping. I keep the selection factor high so that one day I don't mislead people. I don't mislead people to say that I wouldn't ever challenge you. If you want to eventually become co-workers or collaborators or anything, I want to be transparent about this, right? If you're collaborating with me, it's not that we're buds and we're never going to clash. We're going to clash because we're intellectual people. So I've done this rodeo already in life, and it became unsustainable. I burned out so hard that there are times with the darkest thoughts, and actually I wasn't alone. And luckily, some of those situations in my past professional life is that I was the one less depressed than the person next to me, and I happened to be the person who was able to bring that person the reliance that they needed at the moment. So when it comes to a dark place, I'm at least experienced about this stuff. So no, I'm not going to go down the road of being a yes man again in a entire different scale that could destroy someone's mental health. It can also destroy the mental health of whoever is dependent on them, and also create a friction that can lead to some of the wildest stories. A particular bias of that, I've been watching and reading and listening to YouTube videos and channels that focus on this, so I'm a little bit cynical, just a wee bit cynical lately. So I'll go back to watching happy people, like multilingual people, like, you know, enjoy culture, sharing their culture. So it's a little bit of a darker tone today. I apologize for that in advance. However, it's worth it. I think it's worth it to mention that, so that I sound very, very sappy a lot of times. I also want to make sure that that doesn't mean that I just agree with everything, or like whatever advice is given to me, I take it wholesale, right? There's a level of trust, there's a tact, there's communication. If you talk in a specific way and do not compromise, like writing and texting and whatever between two people, personally, I would get ahead of it first by stating that, because otherwise, if both parties are not amenable to accommodating, then we are no more than strangers, and we will continue to be strangers, and that's mutual. It's I guess I'll quote, it's a trivial matter, right? It becomes a trivial matter, and I'm okay with that. And if we want to keep it as a trivial matter, that's perfectly fine. The more time you spend, the more time you accrue with someone, I'm still going to attempt to try to make it less of a trivial matter, right? Just my 2 cents. Most of the time, nipping it in the bud in order to safeguard yourself from potential emergent properties, by all means, right? The door is the internet, so you have plenty of doors, plenty of people. So whenever this escalates, I commonly ask the other person, do you have other people you watch? Do you have other people you talk to? Are there other people who make you happier? Because clearly I'm making you upset. So the last thing I want to do is become the source of someone's agenda. And also, at the same time, I want to encourage them that they have wonderful people around or people who entertain them better. And that's great. Like, do that. It's my privilege to have your company voluntarily. If your company makes it a negative thing, so if you're coming here and you're only getting negative vibes, obviously the most responsible thing I can do is to tell you to discourage you from doing so unless you're willing to change it, or encourage you to go spend your time with a self-aware source of benefit. When someone tells me, and it's already happened, that they love language learning because you make mistakes and you learn from them and stuff, right? Which is no one here anymore. And then they go around and say it annoys them. They can't resist the urge from helping me correct my mistakes. Then that is incongruous. That is cognitive dissonance. You basically told me that you're okay with making mistakes and learning them, but somehow it's a double standard for the people you hang out with. So that's a negative point. The most mature and professional way to deal with that is to mutually distance ourselves. That happens, right? It's a everlasting example, and I don't think it's not new. It existed since the first 3 months of streaming over 6 years ago. Every single, and this is not a self-pity thing, I hope. Like, by saying that, you probably think about it that way. I'm so glad that all the people that I've met so far, they either left out of indifference or mutual understanding, and they went to pursue their things, hopefully because they're healthy, or fall out of interest in a mutual, natural way. The last thing I want to do is leave a trail of bodies that come back to me and like paint me as a villain or something. I like the idea that if you really dislike being here, ask yourself, where do you want to be? What do you want to do? And then hopefully this type of situation doesn't happen at all, or won't happen at all. If you want to challenge yourself, I suppose, to make it work, I like that. I really like that. Because I certainly would reciprocate. I would reciprocate. Right? So my best friends are examples of that. Friction, discussion, argument, adaptation. Not status, knowledge, competence, equal intellectual exchange, right? It's not starting with something like, oh, well, I did this a very long time, therefore you must listen to me, because that's it. That's how you get credibility. It works for a professional standpoint. If you work for a business or a company or someone seeking professional advice, absolutely. I don't necessarily, I'll go out and say it, right? I don't stream to get professional advice or seasoned advice. I stream to interact with people, to be able to constantly talk to people. So if you think that texting is really restrictive, challenge me. Like, take up the challenge. If it's not worth the challenge, then maybe you can interact with other streamers who like to voice chat with their viewers. I obviously can't possibly do that. But just so you know, the last time that did it, I was so aware of what that person was going to do. They basically screamed a racial slur, but I didn't add them to my stream yet. So, there is many reasons why you don't randomly chat with people in a public space. So, there is still limitations on that. But DMs are a thing, right? Private discords and servers. You can express yourself in many different ways. At least find them. If you say it's too restrictive or it's too hard and whatnot, then you know your answer. You've got your answer. It's not worth it. So if it's not worth it, I like to say it's only logical to refuse it or reject it and avoid it. Not my first take. I personally like to see what the other person does, and I like to match their energy. So there you have it. Thought I'd leave it on a weird note. And it's another day, another 5 a.m. conclusion. Well worth. These are the types of videos that one day, when I'm going through my video list, I'm gonna say, oh yeah, this one is 10 hours long. I'm probably gonna look back and say, this is interesting stuff to me personally. Like, I like this stuff. Challenging and being challenged in discussion is great. And I kind of wanted to show that all the time. That's why playing video games live is a great idea. People will have differing opinions, right? I can't go anywhere, right? I don't go anywhere. So if people are upset and they click on the dislike and stuff, it's like, come here and talk about it. I'm okay with that. Now, the question is, are you going to do something inappropriate? Or are you going to invest? I don't like shut off my stream or something when suddenly someone who wants to talk have great points. It also means that I will also participate in the discussion. So that's where I want to leave it up on. You get better, in my opinion, at interpersonal communication if you actually practice it. And I try to communicate and use a form of diction today at a high rate that represented what I used to sound like. And then we went back to what I sound like now. That's a little bit more softer, less exacting, less aggressive, that kind of thing. And I kind of like this new voice. So, mind you though, my typing is pretty verbose. I think fictitious can speak for that. Anyways. Alright folks, that's the end of this session. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for chilling. I love all the questions during this session. The Japanese session. Add other things. It's very desperately different. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? So until next time, 下次再聊吧, right? 聊吧. And yeah, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.